Good morning. I herewith open this public meeting of the Island Council of St. Eustatius for today, May 19th. This is an extraordinary meeting. Extraordinary because this meeting is scheduled outside of the scheduled agenda for meetings that are published and approved by the Presidium. I want to welcome the public here in the gallery, as well as those listening by way of local radio and the social media page, Statia Government. I invite us all to rise as we pay respect to the Golden Rock song. You may be seated. Agenda point 2 regards announcements. I look to the members of the Island Council if there are any announcements on your part. I wish to inform that Commissioner Rasheline Leerdam will join the meeting online. And at the same time, I would like to, for public information, share that I know most of you would have noticed in the past several weeks, our meetings of the Island Council and Central Committee were held at different locations around the island. Today, we are here at the St. Eustatius Emergency Operating Center. And the reason that we are here is that the Vincent Lopes Legislative Hall, where the Island Council meetings are held on a regular basis, this venue is currently under renovation. I move swiftly to agenda point 3, which regards the setting of the agenda. The agenda as published reads as follows: 1, opening; 2, announcements; 3, setting of the agenda; 4, escalating situation at Gwendolyn Van Putten School; 5, announcements, Executive Council and Island Governor; 6, closing. Can we proceed with this agenda as is? I look to the members of the Island Council. I believe there is one thing I would like to add. I believe it should read for escalating situation at Gwendolyn Van Putten School and motion. Is that correct? So the agenda now reads: 1, opening; 2, announcements; 3, setting of the agenda; 4, escalating situation at Gwendolyn Van Putten School and motion; 5, announcements, Executive Council and Island Governor; 6, closing. I herewith ratify the agenda. Agenda 4, escalating situation at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School and motion. This meeting was requested by Councilman Clyde Van Putten. Mr. Van Putten, I will now give you the word for an introduction. I understood that you also have a motion which can be shared with the members present, but I will give you the first introduction on this topic, Councilman Van Putten.
Speaker, members of the council, those in the public gallery, and those who are listening via the various social platform, good morning, a pleasant week. We are met here today, Madam Speaker, to discuss a rather very sensitive matter, a matter that I believe that all the members of this council is aware of, because I remember not so long ago we had some officials from the Netherlands who were here. They advised the minister with regards to a number of matters, and I think that the various members during that meeting expressed the concern as to what is taking place at the school. Madam Speaker, I was approached on several occasions by different stakeholders, including parents, and even from time to time students. When you would pass, they would feel free to stop you and ask what government was doing in order to address the situation at the school. Because of the sensitivity, and at times, even with your good intention, people can interpret it in the wrong way. I sort of decided that I would leave it for a while and see how it would play out. But recently I have taken note of the fact that the situation is getting worse. In a meeting that we're supposed to have on the 28th, I think it is, of this month, I had sent a letter from my office to your office via the Khalifiya, asking the 3 points be placed on the agenda, and education in general, but with specific reference to when the Island Governor School was added. But I think the past week saw an escalation of the situation. It became untenable, toxic, and I even took note of the fact where the teachers' representatives have called for the resignation of the board. My concern as an elected official, but also as a parent, that this situation should not be permitted to continue. Because at the end of it all, it's the children who are the future leaders in this country, are the ones that would suffer as a result of that. And so, using my wise wisdom, I contacted the office of the General Secretary of the Council and indicated the intention and worked very closely with them, and that's why we are here today. The meeting, Madam Speaker, is not to target any individual. It's not to blame anybody, like I said. But for me, the purpose of this meeting is to find a solution. I will leave it here as far as the introductory round is concerned. And at the same time, I will request your indulgence for a 30 minutes adjournment, because as you indicated, the General Secretary is still trying to verify, because moving forward, one wants to make sure that we are doing it according to the law. So I would request the chair to adjourn this meeting, giving the General Secretary and her office the opportunity to verify certain things that I would have put forward in the motion. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Clyde Van Putten. It is now 9:53, which means the meeting is adjourned for 30 minutes. We will report back here at 10:23. Meeting adjourned. Good morning, and we herewith resume this meeting of the Island Council, extraordinary meeting of the Island Council of St. Eustatius for today, Monday, May 9th. When we adjourned the meeting, we were at agenda point 4, which regards escalating situation at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School and motion. We adjourn for the motion that will be presented by Councilman Clyde Van Putten, who has requested this meeting. And in the meantime, the motion has been prepared in accordance to establish laws, and I herewith return to you the word, Councilman Van Putten. In the first round, I want to, before going over to the discussion, establish the speaking time. Ordinarily, we speak for 10, 20 first round, 10 second round. Can we establish that that is the method for this meeting, or are there any other suggestions in terms of speaking time? Okay, we herewith established the ordinary speaking time. Council Van Putten, I give you the word, and after the first round, you may then go right away into reading the motion. Speaking order is Councilman Clyde Van Putten, Council Lady Raquel Spanner-Carty, Councilman Glenville Schmidt, and final, Council Lady Mercedes Lopes Spanner. You may speak, Councilman Van Putten.
Madam Speaker, thanks again for the opportunity. Like I indicated, the urgency of this meeting today is because of the very toxic and escalating situation at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School, the only secondary institution that we have on the island. And I think that in many ways we would have failed the young people that is attending the institution, because all along we have been aware, I think in the past, whether formally or informally, question was asked pertaining to what was taking place there. And we continue to get the response not just from this government, but even in previous governments, where it is said that the local government have nothing to do with it. And I think that is wrong, because the law very clearly, I think that the BBO 2020 clearly outlines what the responsibility of government is. And I'm speaking about the Island Council. The Island Council is the government, and they delegated the responsibility of that government to members in the person of commissioners, along with the governor. But when I look at what is taking place there, it brings back my point when, and I'm asking the government specifically as to what the intentions are in terms of retrieving education. I mentioned leading up to 10-10-10, a protocol was signed between the islands and the federal government in the Netherlands at the time, where responsibilities for education, healthcare, and many others, labor, and we could go on, would be temporarily landed by the federal government with a clear understanding and agreement that they would help the islands to bring up the level, to train and retrain existing personnel, bring in new people, more expertise, and make the monies available. But what I have seen is that we have become complacent, and we are allowing the federal government to take over the running of the island, because the majority of the things they are doing, and basically when the government is confronted, whether it is this current government or any government in the past, we are told that it is not the responsibility of the local government, but rather it's the responsibility of somebody somewhere in Holland. We know at the present time the OCB is the one, that's the ministry in Holland. They have their dependencies stretch out over the three islands that is under this public body, and they are the ones that is basically calling the shots, making the decisions. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of different things that I can say today. My concern, like I said primarily, is the children. It is shameful what has taken place there. It reached to the point where it have escalated to such a level that even the federal mediator was forced to pull back because there's no leverage on this part to be able to bring the parties together. And the initial intention was to present a motion asking for the immediate removal of the school board, as well as the management, and to put a temporal board and a temporal management in place to run the affairs of the school. But in the wisdom of the General Secretary of this council, she asked for the cooperation so that she could dig in deeper into it, because we know we have the general law that governs education in these three Dutch Caribbean islands. But we know with the coming of English as the language of instruction, that there was, I don't know if I should call it a policy that was put in place. They talk about it in 2018. It was finally presented in 2021 that is actually governing. But I think the premise, if you look at the law, I think in 3.7, 3.11, it clearly outlined, and I discussed that not only with the Griffier, but even in the weekend with legal advisors. And one of them said to me, well, if the Island Council is the one that should appoint the board, that was not the case. The board is not structured, it's not functioning at this point in time. What will stop the Island Council from immediately going over to removing the board and even removing the management? But again, I'm saying it's not me alone, there are other players involved. So I would give my cooperation, but it would be a limited point in time. The situation at the school is toxic. I have, till around 2 o'clock this morning, I reread the law as I went through. They sent an analysis of letters between the workers' representative, which is the teachers and other personnel, as well as the responses from both the board and the management. And if I listen to the tone, if I read the tone, definitely there is a crisis of confidence. There's no trust between the players involved. And like I said before, the people that are caught in between is the students. And I really wonder, and I say this without any apology, when our people in this country is going to wake up. This couldn't happen in Curacao. It would not happen in Curacao. I'm very sure about that. I lived here for over 20 years. I worked. And situation like this, especially where education is concerned, both parents as well as students would have taken to the streets. They would have demonstrated at the Ministry of Education. They would demonstrate at the particular schools where the situation was untenable. But we sit back here and be afraid because we don't want to offend a family, friend, and favor. And that is the problem that we find ourselves in. So I would like to start by asking, when was the Executive Council aware of the escalation situation at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School? How long this crisis of confidence between the different stakeholders have been taking place, and what up to now has the Executive Council done in order to stem the tide of this untenable situation? Has there been regular meetings between the government / the Commission of Education and the different stakeholders? And if so, what are the results? Is the government aware of the deteriorating situation between the management, the teachers, and the board? Is the government aware that teachers reported that management, department heads often enough to fail to respond to the critical emails? And I will look to a letter that was sent by the representative of the teachers. Employees reported that management and department heads often fail to respond to critical emails concerning safety, payments, and other essential matters, creating a lack of accountability. There's a need for better communication, policies including timely and responsive email correspondence, especially during office hours. Employees feel that the current policy create division, favoritism, which fosters a sense of inequality. the need to end the divide and conquer strategy within the school was strongly emphasized. There's also reported conflict of interest. And we know that there are a number of teachers working with the school feel that they are discriminated. Some of them very often is fearful to speak up because most of them are foreigners, and they realize that if I speak up too hard, I might be forced out. So basically they're being bullied. And if there are those who dare to stand up, then there are the consequences with the situation that at the end of their contract, even before the end of the contract, there should be evaluations. That is not taking place. And if there are evaluations, a teacher might be told, listen, your contract is not being extended, and they are not given the opportunity to be able to react based on whatever the evaluation. So it comes down to the fact that teachers feel they're being bullied by the management as well as the school. I also learned of situation, Madam Speaker, where almost for the entire school year, students are supposed to get a particular subject at the school. Maybe in the beginning, the teacher was there, but for some reason, again, not being able to communicate, not having the necessary tools to be able to do the job, to be able to give the particular subject, and then eventually it end up that the children is not given the opportunity to go through almost an entire school year and not getting a particular subject. Another concern that we have as well, like I said before, teachers are just being dismissed. Your contract has not been renewed, and then we don't know. So what I would like to hear from the government, if they are aware of evaluation policy for teachers, but also evaluation policy for the management, as well as the functioning of the board. I would also like to know what the role of the school board is, because based on the law, the school board is appointed by the Island Council, and we know that there's that and there's another body, the same body supposed to put the school board in place. The school board supposed to be reporting on an annual basis with regards to the activities, not just finances, but the overall administration and functioning of the school. And we know that has not been taking place. Madam Speaker, what is very damning as well is that there's a report which I am not so good in Dutch because I didn't go to much high level of Dutch schools, but I read the reports from the inspectorate, and these reports are damning reports, one from 2024, one from 2025, and they speak about the deteriorating situation, both at the level of management as well as school board. But what is more frightening is the inspectorate themselves is confirming that not even the basic minimum in terms of quality of education at this point in time is not being guaranteed. And then for me, it brings into question also the role of the inspectorate, because if the inspectorate come in and they carry out an investigation and recognizes that even the basic minimum quality of education is not being guaranteed, then I think that suggestions or advices should have been given by the inspectorate as to what should happen in order to bring the situation back into line. So is government aware of these reports? What is the government position? Have government spoken with the inspectorate, with the inspectorate of education with regards to their findings in 2024, and I think already in 2025 they were here. Since OCV is responsible for education, which in my opinion should be the local government, have there been any discussions? Is there discussions on a regular basis between OCV and the Executive Council by means of the Commission of Education? I'm sitting here this morning very quiet, but I'm also listening. I heard the Commissioner of Education said he has nothing to do with it. So my question, if you are the Commissioner of Education, if the Executive Council is running the affairs of this island on behalf of the Island Council, and if it is our taxpayers' money which is being pumped into education, how in God's name the government, the Commissioner of Education, is not aware? Or from listening, I even realized that the Commissioner of Education didn't even have the articles of incorporation of the Gwendolyn Van Button School in the board, and I think that is a shame, because government, at the end of the day, it starts with government and it ends with government. And so I would like to know, why is it that there is no communication between the government and the school board and the management? I asked earlier, how long is government aware of the situation that is taking place at Gwendolyn Van Button School? And not only the Gwendolyn Van Button School, because there's also concerns with the operation and functioning of other educational institutions on the island. And I believe that the government need to take stock of what is taking place. So have there been meetings with OCB, and what have been their response to the ongoing debacle that's taking place at the school? Madam Speaker, I know that since the Dutch came in to run the island, I have seen all kind of things. We bring in people that are not medical doctors to run our medical institution, or maybe sometimes don't even have a medical background. We placing people in different departments of government. We're giving them name of chain manager and wing manager and all kind of different managers. Currently, there is someone that is running the day-to-day operation, the head of the management team at the school. And while I was in Holland in the past, and even in Bonaire, and the name of the individual came up, people, and I'm not talking about black people, and I'm not being racial in this regard, white Dutch people is asking me, how did the government of Station permit this individual to be at the helm of the school? I know the individual because when I myself served as Commissioner of Education in 2011, it was clear that she had a vision, and I told her in no uncertain term that I was the one, together with the government of Station, that would decide what we want in terms of education on this island. I didn't have any contact, and I still don't after so many years. But my point, how did this lady become the head of the Gwendolyn Van Button School? And does the lady possess all the necessary qualification, the necessary skills in order to be able to lead such an important institution? Now, with all that is going on, I keep saying that we had a Department of Education that was formed in 1999 by the city government, which I was a part. When 2011 came, the Dutch wanted to close it down. I happened to be the Commissioner of Education, and I said no. When the DP, Labour government came into being, and Mr. Sting became the Commissioner, besides closing down the medical school, going along with Holland and closing the medical school, he also went along with them in closing the Department of Education. Something that was Smith and all of them wasn't there. But what was important, Madam Speaker, is that it was very well, Smith State was commissioners. It is very important to have a Department of Education functioning on the island. Even though OCB might have certain responsibility, they are not physically here in many ways, and I think that the local government must have a mechanism in place that will assist the Commission and the Executive Council to be able to coordinate. So I would like to ask the Commissioner of Education, what is the status? What are the plans of his government in order to have the re-establishment of a Department of Education in this country? Because what I'm seeing here now, it's haywire. Nobody seems to know what is going on. And I believe if we had a Department of Education in place, the situation would have been in a much different state that we have at this point in time. We know that years ago that it was decided that we wanted to use English as a language of instruction. I myself was confronted with that fact. And while I'm a proud Caribbean man and not a Dutchman, I felt too that English should be, because it's the mother tongue, that children should be more comfortable. But I also was very critical at the time in saying that we are not speaking good English, we are not writing good English, and so we want our children to be able to excel in it. It needs to be up to the standard. It needs to, whether it's Oxford English, American English, whatever the English is, it needs to be done right. And so I came up in support of having both languages. English, a strong accent on English, as well as a strong accent on Dutch. And I took that decision because I know most of the parents here were still under the illusion that I should send my child or children to Holland to continue studying. I remember during that period as well, when they were negotiating the new entities, they wanted to scrap the idea completely of allowing our children to go to the United States or even the other universities in the sub-region. And as one of the delegates to those meetings, I stood up strong and said that we should have choices, because only in Holland we're dealing with the Dutch. Maybe certain other parts of Europe, they would understand it. But because English is a universal language, I believe very strongly it should be maintained. But it seems to be a discomfort, because still when our children go to Holland, they still have to deal with the Dutch. And we are being told that the level of the Dutch that is given at this point in time in the school, but particularly at the high school, leaves a lot to be desired. So can the government explain anything where that is concerned? Also, very often, because of the CXC system, we know they graduate at a later date after marking their papers. Very often our students leave here. Some of them is accepted in schools in the Netherlands, particularly, but only sometimes to get a disappointment. They did not pass their examination, and some of them it presents a challenge for those students. So I would like to hear from the government as to if they are aware of that situation and what they intend to do. We also was told that from the documents that teachers seem to have issues as well when they do particular tasks. They are not being compensated. Is government aware of that? It's about what government is willing to do in order to facilitate that. There was also in the letters from the union to the board talking about an independent coach, a confidential advisor. Seemingly that was something that the teachers and their union representatives were asking. The school board at some point were willing to do it, but at the same point in time, they felt that they should be the one to appoint that individual, and I have a different opinion on that. I believe that since it involved both parties, then they should be able to come together and reach an understanding, with the appointment of that coach, a confidential individual. But even there are, some resistance on the part of the school board in dealing with these. I think that, as I mentioned before, that the Island Council have a very pivotal role in the whole matter, and I believe that we need to step up to the plate, because like I said, I think as government, and I'm not blaming no particular government, because I think we find ourselves in this quagmire since 2015, and now we're in 2025. Sorry, since 2011, and now we're in 2025. So, like I said, there's a lot more questions that I can ask, but in the motion, we have asked the Executive Council on our behalf to carry out certain investigation, but the situation is dire. It's urgent. And Madam Speaker, when you have a labor mediator had to run for his life because he believed that there are crazy people over there that he cannot negotiate with, what are we doing? We also have people in the board that they're older than Methuselah, and they're still on the board. What are they doing on the board? It's the board getting a stipend on a monthly basis, a yearly basis. Who appoint the members? Because I understood that ever from friend of council Lady Lopes, Spanham, and Councilman Smith coming up, then I put in Council Lady Spanham. That's not the way it's supposed to be. The law is very clear, and again, I'm not going to ask my colleagues in this council to do what I am thinking in my mind. But if it was left to me, we wouldn't have departed this hall here today without we send home both the board as well as the management and put them people place. I hope that along the political divides that we will be able to come together and agree on a course of action, because it is urgent. What is happening down there, it is urgent. We have teachers that reach the point that they have to go and see the psychiatrist. Well, if a teacher have to go and see a psychiatrist, how the heck in God's name that you're going to teach my child? Because you're not in a position to be able to function right. We heard of drugs in the school. We heard of fights in the school taking place, and parents are not notified of these type of situation. Who is in charge at Gwendolyn Van Button School? Who's in charge? And it's nice when we could say OCB, but OCB don't care about what's going on there. They might have one or two people here sit in their office and station. But at the end of the day, it's our children, it's our thing. And when I speak, people tend to believe that you are against Holland. No, I am not against Holland, but I'm realistic. I've been around long enough to know that nobody going to take care of your business better than you. And so if a child life is threatened, if a child is not getting a particular class or two for a long period of time, they ain't going to nobody. I don't even think that they know who the representative of OCB is sitting here on the island. They come into the council members, they come into the commissioners, they come into the governor, because these are the people that we know. These are the people that we put in place in order to represent our interests. And so, Madam Speaker, I don't have any children directly, but I have nieces, I have nephews, and like I said, as a senior member in this council, I feel all the children of Statia belongs to me and the other members of the council. And so we have a responsibility to protect them, because their parents, their uncles, their aunts place us in this position to come out on our behalf. And I find it alarming that every time you turn your head, you see a bunch of people, whether they're coming from Holland, or they're coming from Bonaire, or wherever they're coming from, and they're supposed to be involved in education. And look at the state of our education. Like I mentioned before, we have 2 reports here from the inspectorate. 2 reports. And they were here twice already in 2025. And they expressed serious concern. And there was no recommendation on their part as to what must be done or should be done. And I think that it is alarming. I would read a motion. We would give the government 10 days to come up with their findings. I find it disgraceful, distasteful that the government, the executive council I'm speaking about now, didn't take action before, because this is a small community. I think the current commissioners, the executive council, both of them work at some point at the Gwendolyn Van Button School, so they know. One was more on a full-time basis, one was on a part-time basis, so they know exactly what is taking place there. And I find it distasteful. I find it extraordinary, strange, that nothing was done before now in order to address that situation. So I am cooperating. But Madam Speaker, I would use this bully pulpit, if necessary, to reconvene another meeting and to place a vote of non-confidence against the board and the management. But I will give the government the benefit of the doubt and hope that within short that they would come back. We have a motion that have input from both the government side and the opposition. And Madam Speaker, I will read the motion, and I hope that the 4 of us who are here today would support this motion, because it's not about Clyde, It's not about the leader of the opposition. It's not about any other member. It's about the general interest of the students in this country. And so, speaking with your permission, I would read the report, the motion. Considering the current governance and operational concerns at Gwendolyn Van Buiten School, including reports of underperformance and low quality of education, that there is no supervisory board, the Raad van Toezicht, at the Gwendolyn Van Buiten School to oversee the school board as stipulated under Article 3.1 of the Wet Voortgezet Onderwijs 2020. That's the law governing education, secondary education. That the mediation attempt initiated by the Gwendolyn Van Buiten School Board with the labor mediator, Lansman Middelaar, has failed. Considering the findings of the inspection report, a report specific on the Zoek Gwendolyn Van Buiten School 2025 dated April the 2nd, 2025, which include that the school is acting in violation of the law. Considering Article 1.2 of the Wet Voortgezet Onderwijs 2020, which applies provision of this law to the public bodies of Bonaire, St. Stations, and Sable, whereby the Island Council is deemed to function in the capacity of Gemeenteraad Municipal Council, considering Article 3.4 through 3.8 of the very same law, which allow Gemeenteraad, by extension the Island Council, to establish a public legal entity to manage public education, considering Article 3.7, Wet Voortgezet Onderwijs 2020, Island Council has authority by the law to be involved, considering Article 3.11, Articles of Association of a Foundation for Public Education, Wet Voortgezet Onderwijs 2020, the manner in which the Island Council exercises supervision over the administration of the school. Resolve to express serious concerns about the current functioning of the school board of the Gwendolyn Van Buiten School and its effect on the quality and accountability of public secondary education, to request the Executive Council to urgently investigate whether an ordinance was ever passed to establish a public legal entity for the governance of Gwendolyn Van Buiten School. If no such ordinance exists, to explore and prepare the legal and administrative steps necessary to draft and present the Island Council an Island Council ordinance under Article 3.4 of the Wet Voortgezet Onderwijs 2020 to establish such an entity, to consult with the Ministry of the OCB on the appropriate transition process to improve governance at the school, including possible restructuring of the current school board, that the Executive Council be instructed to formally request the Minister to intervene in accordance with the provision of Article 3.38 to respond to the ongoing mismanagement and to report back to the Island Council within 10 days, a defined timeline with a written update on findings, recommendations, and proposal action, and goes over to the end of the day. Madam Speaker, this is the motion. Like I said, I would have been more direct, more specific with a number of things, but you have to throw water on the wine, because I believe that this matter about bringing in ministers, of course the minister have his role, but the Island Council, the Executive Council, it's our thing. They're our children, and we need to make recommendations and start saying to the Dutch government what we want. So I will be monitoring 10 days. I would not directly direct myself to the Executive Council, neither in writing nor via party caucus, but I will deal directly with the General Secretary office. And within 10 days, if we don't have a response that I think is acceptable to solve the situation, I will again approach your office to reconvene a meeting, and I will table a more radical motion on the floor of this Island Council, removing both the school board as well as the daily management of the school. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Van Putten, and I believe, just for public information, the due course and the correct course was followed by the law as outlined in the article So while I understand your sentiments and your concern about the escalating situation as the topic is themed, it is important as an island council to always walk behind the law and not in front of the law. Council Lady Raquel Spanacarty, I now give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. A heated topic today because it touches us all. Before I continue, I would like to say that in preparation for this meeting, I consulted and read a lot on de onderwijsinspectie.nl. I read de kwaliteitsonderzoek Gwendolyn van Putten, 31 pages. Kwaliteitsonderzoek voortgezet onderwijs Sint-Eustatius Gwendolyn van Putten, 28 pages. En rapport specifiek onderzoek Gwendolyn van Putten, 14 pages. I'm stating that so that those that are hearing me and want to read for themselves can go and find it, as it's public information that you all have a right to read and know about. I'm hoping that English translations will be available, because what I'm about to say is not Raquel. It's what I've read. It's what is online, and it's established by professionals within this field. Now, I have been aware of disturbing facts regarding the management, or rather mismanagement of GVP and whatever is going on for a while, including illegal collaborations with other schools. Anyone that dares to stand up or threaten what they have going on is left no choice but to leave. Board members and teachers alike are left no choice but to walk away. Now I'm asking our community, knowing that many of our teachers are coming from islands where the salaries are so much lower than ours. If you wouldn't ask yourself or find it strange that regardless or irregardless to major salary increases, teachers leave. They leave mid-school year. They leave with no idea of where the next paycheck coming from, because they rather remain without than stay in that school. On March 11th, 2025, our local union, All for One, sends a letter to various stakeholders bringing the urgency of what is developing at GVP school and requesting immediate intervention because of, I summarize, unsafe work environment. Employees report intimidation, bullying, and fear of retaliation. No accountability or transparency. Non-compliance to labor and educational standards supported by the inspectorate report that mentions an unsatisfactory quality of education at GVP. Severe deficiencies in vision and accountability. Failure to engage in discussions by delaying and deflecting attempts at dialogue. A pattern of avoidance and obstruction through intimidation tactics and shifting blame to the employees. Management's response to one of the reports that I mentioned alludes to quite the opposite. They mention fostering understanding and alignment with the union. the finalized quality report from the Inspectorate of Education of the Ministry of OCNW on the GVP dated the 13th of March 2025 reports that the inspection carried out on the 25th and 26th of November 2024 in the various academic departments of the GVP school, CCSLC, CSEC, CVQ, and PRO were to investigate if established shortcomings. Now mind, so in November, they were investigating already established shortcomings found in November 2023, and if they were rectified. The result, a final conclusion, the quality of education from the GVP is once again insufficient. I'm going to repeat that because I need our community to hear me. The quality of education from the GVP is once again insufficient. Opnieuw, insufficient. Insufficient overview and guidance of students. Because of this, any necessary interventions that a student might need cannot be implemented in a timely manner. Also, there is no way of verifying if the offered intervention or support is effective. Because of that, there are no guarantees as to an uninterrupted development of the students in question. These are our children. Wrong interpretation of the school's responsibility to report absenteeism of more than 16 hours in one period to the compulsory education officer has led to negligence in this regard. School has not developed a transparent accountability and dialogue. Efforts from the school in this regard are insufficient, as there are indications that those involved feel insufficiently heard and understood. The inspection has received 13 anonymous reports. I'm so proud of our people. So proud. We speak that they do not speak up and they don't send their messages where they belong. 13 may seem small, but 13 that reached where they had to go. 13 anonymous reports were submitted to the inspection, wherein concern was expressed regarding the quality of education, the quality culture, and safety at the GVP. These were brought to the attention of the relevant parties at the GVP school, so they can't say they don't know. Shortcomings in the area of VS1 safety, insufficient. The school does not make enough use of the available information regarding the feelings of the students regarding feeling safe. Because of this, they are unable to effectively adjust to any policy in this regard. It's not completely clear to students and parents who they must address regarding teasing, bullying. Because of this, the school is incompliant to Article 3.4. Areas of concern. This is where I got tired of translating. De school draagt onvoldoende zorg voor de ononderbroken ontwikkeling van leerlingen en stemt het onderwijs onvoldoende af op de voortgang in de ontwikkeling van leerlingen. Basically, the school is insufficiently contributing to the care and undisrupted development of our students. The school has no actual school plan, Article 2.88 of the VWO. Insufficient care, you're going to hear that word a lot. Insufficient care is taken to ensure the quality of education. School has insufficient sight of the quality of education offered. How in God's name? How? There is no actual school guide. Article 2.92. The CVQ program does not comply with the legal requirement that 1/5 of the program should be practical. I have shared areas of concern that stood out for me in the reports that I read. Some were old, some new, some partially rectified, some still in default. My point is that the GVP and its deficiencies are cause for grave concern. Earlier was mentioned that our language of instruction was changed for many different reasons. This was done with what I thought the main reason being us doing what is in the best interest of our children. And I'm saying our children, I won't use students anymore. I still have a child in that school. I'm using students and our children because I need to send home the fact that these are our children and the future of not just our homes, our personal homes, but of Statia that is being messed up. Now, I want to ask if our students, the poor children, don't feel safe, if our teachers don't feel safe, if our level of education is subpar, if policies such as absenteeism are not in place to ensure presence and even the possibility to be adhered to, if there is little to no transparency that allows timely intervention and subsequent improvement, parents are insufficiently involved by will or by force. Teachers that genuinely care and speak out are bullied and ostracized for daring to do so. If the powers that be, OCNWA, inspection, government, parents stand by and know this and do nothing, then we might as well start teaching in Portuguese and once again blame the poor results on the language of instruction rather than what is truly at fault. A change is long overdue. Let's keep the main thing, and that is our students, our children. As long as we don't band together and bring that change, nothing good is going to come from this situation. I'm going to leave it here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady Raquel Spanner Carty. Councilman Glenville Schmidt, you may now speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to all who are listening here in Hall and elsewhere. Today we are discussing a situation at our only secondary school here on the island. And, well, I support the speakers before me and what they have presented. I won't be very long on this topic because for me, what matters most is how this whole situation is going to affect the students and their progress, for them complying with their requirements, their educational requirements. And my message is simple, that all those responsible and all those that have a role to play in making sure that students get what they are there at the school for, that they get what they need to receive, and that they are not shortchanged in any way. Issues within school boards, issues between school boards and school managements and their governing authorities, whether Island Council, Island Government, national government, these situations are not new. And they repeat themselves from time to time. I am here in Seychelles long enough to know that this is about the third crisis between school board and their functioning that I have experienced since living here. So this is not the first time. And I recall back in the day when I was already on radio and probably in the political arena as well, where I at one point had to call on school board to just give up and go and leave and let others take over and fix whatever needs to get fixed. We have generally, because I think the school board also functions as under a foundation, well, we know how that goes here in this small community. We have very little oversight of foundations. Foundations are called upon to keep themselves alive, keep themselves going, and define all kinds of methods and functions to make that happen. They bring friends and family and loved ones into the board because it's easier to find them and bring them in. Government, although we have lots of laws requiring all kinds of supervision and all kinds of requirements and all kinds of ordinances and other besluiten that needs to be put in place, a lot of time those things don't happen. So a lot of different authorities are not doing what is supposed to do, and sometimes they are not even aware that they should be doing certain things, or that they have the authority to do certain things. So all of this is an accumulation of, well, so in that kind of environment, I don't want to specifically assign blame or to one particular body. But I think when you're in any particular organization, especially foundation, especially in a management in an important area like education, all the people I think who are on the board and in the management, I'm sure they have degrees from respectable universities and colleges, etc. So they are smart enough to know when something is not going right. They're wise enough to realize when there is conflict, when there is confusion arising in their organization or within their institution, and that something needs to be done. We have the ministries who are supposed to be providing oversight. You've heard from my colleague on the other side, read from the various inspection reports. Those reports are made regularly and delivered, I imagine, to the local government, I hope, also is privy to these reports. So my point being that there is awareness of the situation, awareness of the dangers that this can have, the negative effects it can have on the educational results of students. But oftentimes, because of personal whatever, folks are just unwilling to take the necessary steps, the steps that are needed to fix the situation. And some of the board members may have children at the school, they may have grandchildren, they may have nieces and nephews, etc. But even that is not the most important point. You have to be neutral in your functioning, no matter who it concerns, whether you have kids there or you don't have kids there, whether you have relatives there or not. Your task is education. Not family member, not friend, not this. Your responsibility is education. And if we want to build a good, sound community, two things we know is important: good health and good education to carry our community forward. So I don't want to, again, as I say, point fingers or blame this one or blame anybody for the situation, because it's a collective responsibility. And I just want to call on those responsible to step up to the plate, take their responsibility and take action, make decisions where necessary to improve the situation, to correct what needs to correcting and prevent the situation from escalating and going further in reverse. The interests of the students must be first and foremost. Education here and elsewhere in the world always has challenges and will always have challenges. And that's why we put competent people in these positions. The law requires certain requirements of people we put on the boards, etc. So it's on you, the board members, to take your responsibility and make the necessary decisions. If you have to change members, if you have to change management, if you have to change principal, if you have to change teachers, whatever you have to change, you make the necessary decisions to make sure that the situation does not go further backward, but that we put a stop to whatever is wrong at this point, and so we can move forward again. I must emphasize also the role of the national government. We know that they are the ones who do the inspections every year. And my specific question to government, are these inspection reports, are they also presented to government? Are these reports, well, I heard that they are on websites, so I imagine that they are public documents, that when received by government, that they are also shared with the Island Council, so that we can be aware of what is going on as well. We know that recently the union, a labor union, has been involved, had become involved in the affairs of the Gwendolyn Van Putten School, because teachers have sought them out for representation. And we know, as usual happen in these situations, when a union tries to get in the door for the first time, there is tegenwerking. Yeah? Oftentimes folks are not willing to cooperate at first, but again, it's a legal right of the representatives, of the staff to be represented. And so there is no point in fighting against the representative of the staff or the union, because that is what the law allows, and eventually they will become recognized in this whole process. So don't fight. Work and cooperate with these different stakeholders. They too are involved in education in this particular instance. I also want to call on the Executive Council to look into the various laws and regulations that exist and map out clearly your responsibilities, your tasks, your authorities in this whole matter, because we know right now it's a little confusing who is really in charge of what and who's responsible for what. So I want to call on the Executive Council specifically to map out your responsibilities, your areas of input, where you can possibly get involved and demand certain deliverables from the school or from the system. Because we have to know where we as Island stand in the whole process. So some specific questions I would like to ask direct to the Commissioner. You know, how is this situation? I assume that the Commissioner has made himself available to get involved, because since this is circulating throughout the community, he's also aware. What is the determination of the Commissioner on how this is affecting the operation of the school? How is it affecting the progress of students, especially in this time of year when there may be exams? You know, in the CXC system it might be a little different, but usually around this time of year there are examinations going on. How is this affecting the examination processes for students? Are there any delays foreseen because of the situation at the school? So, Madam Chair, as I said, you know, this education is an ongoing matter, and not long it's a matter of national importance, because we need to educate our children and all those who have been put in the line of duty, no matter how small their responsibility in the area of education. We expect all of them to contribute to the maximum of their abilities, so that at the end of the day, that our students are not shortchanged in any way. I also call for involvement of the parents. Make sure that parents too are involved, because they too have a major responsibility to play. And all the other entities, the compulsory education officer and others, I call on all of them again to take up your role and your responsibility and make sure that the cause of education for our young people is served to the best of your abilities, and so that our students can be successful in what they are hoping to achieve there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Glenville Schmidt. Final speaker in round one, Council Lady Mercedes Lopes-Spanner. I give you the floor.
Good afternoon to everyone, those out there in the media. Madam Chair, I too would like to stress the well-being of the children at the GVP school. The GVP school, the children is the heart of this matter. The environment in which they learn, both physical and emotional, impacts their growth, development, and future opportunities. When staff are faced with a hostile and unstable work environment, it is the students who bear the consequences. A school that lacks proper governance, transparency, and accountability cannot provide the nurturing environment that our children deserve. From the beginning of the appointed principal, I'm sorry, I don't want to go calling, but I have to mention these things. From the beginning of the appointed principal, I see issues. I saw issues. I had a family member that went to the school with a situation with their child. And the rude behavior in a manner that the principal portrayed to that parent, it was heartbroken. The parent ended up going to the police. And to be honest, you would think that it would make a difference, but it was rude. They was rude and disrespectful to the police. At points, they were not even answering the police. So I'm not really surprised of what's happening right now. I'm really is not surprised. I stand here not to condemn anyone. My deepest concern is our children. I will go way back to when my children was in school. Since in that time, I saw problems. Maybe not with the, I just saw problems. And I just wanted my children to get out to school. I wanted to send them away so quickly. Just use a word. I just want to get you to GVP school to go abroad. Now, usually, when you have your children, you don't even want them to go. You want them to be at home as long as possible. Because we went away from an early age. And you know, you feel, you know what all you went through. You wanted your child to stay at home as long as possible before they have to leave. But in my time, I was trying to get my child out as soon as possible. And guess what? I have the same sentiment with my granddaughter. I want her out of school as soon as possible. I say all of that to say, with the environment, I would like for all our students to be comfortable while going to school, that instead of trying to get our children to leave the island as soon as possible, you know, you would want them to stay at home, as I mentioned before. You know, I don't even want to start on the bullying. And I'm talking about the bullying of our children. We have children in school that are being bullied. But I feel our teachers and is going through so much with what they're in their daily routine that they don't even have time to take the chance to be noticing or seeing our children being bullied, because a teacher is supposed to see that. You expect a teacher to see if a child is being bullied, you expect a teacher to notice, this child have a different behavior, something going on. Even talk to the child to get to the bottom of this. But because of the bunch of confusion and stupidness that is happening down there, the children are being, yes, that's the word. Our children are being ignored. They are being ignored. So you know, and it's so heartbroken when you see your children don't want to go to school because they are scared, they are being bullied, and they are scared. It's heartbroken. And when I say that, I mean it to the bottom of my heart. It's heartbroken to see our children are scared to go to school because they are being bullied. And why are our teachers, principals are not noticing these things? Because they are busy with themselves instead of busy with our children, watching our children, looking at our children. It's really heartbroken when you see a child don't want to go to school. They don't want to go to school because they are being bullied. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it as much as I could because that's how I feel now. I feel very heartbroken to see our children are scared to go to school because they are being bullied. I'm sorry, I'm changing this carrying this situation right now more to the children. That's my concern, our children. Anyway, in times of crisis or dysfunction, children's education is often the first to suffer. Teachers and staff who feel unsupported or unheard may not be able to give their best to the students. The long-term effects of this can affect not only academic achievement, but also social and emotional development. It is imperative that we resolve this issue now, not only to protect the rights of the staff, but to ensure the children's education remains stable, positive, and productive. I hope no one would take what is mentioned here today personally. It's not about them. Right now, just understand what I'm saying. It's not about you all. It's about our children. That's what I'm going to say here now. It's about our children. So my apologies if you want to take anything personal, whoever out there, but for me, my concern is our children. I'm just looking at the bigger picture. Our children, the future of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady Mercedes Lopspana. We have concluded round one on the deliberation surrounding agenda point 4, which is the escalating situation at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School. I now look to the Executive Council, and I will give the floor to the commissioners to answer the questions as were posed by the members of the Island Council. Commissioner of Education, I give you now the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will reiterate the sentiment of all speakers previously that this is not about the board or the teachers or the stakeholders. The most important issue involved in this situation is the students. I have worked in education for quite a number of years, and as an educator, one of the most important responsibility you have is that you build up a rapport with the students. And if a teacher has other things on their mind, they still are able to build up a rapport with the students, but there's always other factors that they are always have in the back of the mind. How is it going to be perceived and all of that? So, I've been on both ends of the stick in situations where it was good and other situations where there were challenges. So in this situation where we are right now, the teachers don't have an easy job. As was said by most speakers, a lot of them feel undervalued, not appreciated, and getting into what was presented by other speakers, I can only repeat many of the things that you have said. I think certain allegations that were made directed at the Executive Council is unfounded, and I appreciate what was said by some of the speakers, that And I do believe that it's a responsibility that falls to all stakeholders involved, because the children don't belong to the Executive Council. They belong to all of us. And statements that were made that about it's not the responsibility of the Executive Council, it shows that you haven't done your research, frankly said. To start off, the Executive Council is very aware of this situation. And what has the Executive Council done? The Executive Council has had communications with the school board and has expressed the willingness to cooperate in whatever challenges and concerns there are in the educational sphere. We have indicated that in writing and also verbally, that we are open and we are here to assist on more than one occasion. And moving out of that, we have agreed that we would like to have quarterly meetings with the board, and we do have also a platform, an educational platform that is being held quarterly, and coincidentally there's one this week coming up on Thursday. They're supposed, I believe, I think it's Thursday, but we suppose, or Wednesday, because I think Thursday is a holiday. I believe it's Wednesday. We are going to have a quarterly meeting with all stakeholders on station, educational. As to what I've heard about responding to emails, I must, by the management of the GVP school, that is a fact, because in my moving around within the educational sphere, that is something that I found very concerning, that you have stakeholders that are involved in education that have contacted the management with correspondences, and they don't get any reaction, and that's something that professionally should not happen. I think Council Lady Spano was mentioning about entities that are working within the school and not getting cooperation. That also is a fact, because Councilman Van Putten referred to the leerplicht ambtenaar, and that is something that is ongoing, whereby the leerplicht ambtenaar feels that she's not welcome in the school. And it has reached to such an extent that as commissioner, I was called, and the indication was that, this person wasn't feel welcome in the school, and they said, Commissioner, I'm up to my neck with this situation, and it's frustrating. So I said, I asked her, when she explained the problem, I said, okay, let's go over there right now. And we walked to the school, and we had a meeting, and we cleared up the situation. It was discussed, but the protocol that was put in place was, again, not followed up and executed as it should by the by the school. And at this time, I know there's a severe issue that have ended up by inspection about this whole situation, and it's still ongoing, you know. One of the things that as an educator that is an issue is when I see a lot of local teachers leaving, because you expect that the local teachers would have more of an affinity, a bond with our local students. And when I see those teachers leaving, some of them leaving without any guarantee, any security, just say, you know, I had enough and they leave. Those are some of the challenges as commissioner that I have seen, and that not in the best interest of education, you know. Because specifically in our educational system, from elementary up to secondary, one of the things that we have a dearth of, D-E-A-R-T-H, dearth of, a lack of, is male teachers. And I see in the Gwendolyn Putnam School, that is something that is happening all the time. Most of the local male teachers have left, and even teachers that have been on station for years, I understand that that they are also intending to leave. And I think where the concern of Council Ladies Lopes comes in, where there's bullying, a lot of these male teachers is what would be able to deal with this bullying. And I know those teachers have dealt with bullying in the past, because bullying is something where when you have children together, it tends to rear its head. But when you have male figures involved that are very stern, and those two male teachers that I know of, they were stern and they didn't tolerate any of this type of behavior, because the bullying has increased since those gentlemen have left. The bullying has increased, and it's something that is a tenet that is being tackled on a federal educational level, that this is something that shouldn't be accepted in any environment where bullying. We should be free, and children should be feeling comfortable to go to school every day or go into any environment, whether it's a sporting environment. Children should be free to go and be accepted and be relaxed in that environment. And sorry to say that I've also noticed and I've also heard remarks of where the bullying has increased in the GVP school. And relating to, I've even had feedback where policies and the rules of the school are not being followed by the school itself. And that part of that, if you listen very carefully to what Council Lady Spanner said, you can also find that in the Underzoek report that came out from the one for March. There's one for March that was sent to the school for feedback, and then the actual one that we should be looking at is the one from April. The Underzoek's report that indicates the process of what in the inspection is looking at. They should be coming back in April to evaluate the ingezette verbeteringen. They should be coming back in June 2025 to evaluate the ingezette verbetering. And then in November 2025, they are also looking at a possible, they're supposed to come back for a herstelonderzoek. And then when this hairstyle onderzoek takes place, then they would have recommendations as to the state secretary as to what their findings are and how they should proceed. Pertaining to the actions that we have, one of the actions that we took approximately a year ago when I was in the Netherlands, I informed the OCV, listen guys, the situation at GVP school is not getting any better, and I understand that this is before the union All for One came in. I told them, listen, I'm understanding that the school board, the teachers are looking at the possibility of becoming members of the union All for One. I said, guys, that is an indication already that the teachers are being not heard, not valued, because All for One is a union that don't make joke. So if All for One comes in, this situation is they're not going to take any nonsense. So if this, in knowing the school board, it's going to escalate, and based on what I heard, what has transpired, where the union I found was very flexible in terms of that, because they stepped back and they was open to allowing the mediator to come in and mediate with them. And I thought that was a very strong point for the union, because before the mediator came, when all of this was happening, as Commissioner of Education, I had a meeting with the school board, and I also had a meeting with the union just to ask them, guys, what's going on, you know, where we can help. So both of them, in both meetings, were very productive, and thus, when the mediator came in, I was glad with that, because I said then we could be possibly looking at the possibility that an amicable solution would be reached. But I have not received the correspondence officially as yet, but I have attained copies of both letters, both the letter from the mediator, I have that in my possession, and also the most recent letter from the union. And I think when you have a mediator comes in who's an independent person, and he's being accused of lack of integrity, that is a very strong statement, because that is actually the basis of his job. He must be a very integral person that is trying to bring two people together. And I'm reading the letter of the mediator, I can only agree with him. If you don't have no trust in me, then my job is futile. I'm not going to be able to achieve what I came for. And I think that makes the situation that we are in right now very, very complicated in terms of being able to reach an amicable solution in this process. And many questions were asked about the position of the union. I think the position of the union is that they want their members respected and heard. And in the process that we are in right now, I must commend the union for their approach since then, because they have taken the position that, you know, with exams and all of that ongoing, they themselves are saying, listen, the most important thing in this process is the students. We have the teachers that we are representing, but we are not losing focus of that there are a lot of students now having exams. So they have actually, because when the mediator left, that was a clear indication that a mediation didn't work. So the next step from any union would be, let's escalate. And we haven't seen that. And it's about a week and a half now that the mediator has pulled back. So I commend the union for taking that position. But as I've told OCV I had a meeting last week at OCV, I said, if this situation is not dealt with expeditiously, I foresee that when things like the exams finish, specifically, that this is going to escalate. And I do not exclude that there would even be strikes. So, and that is going to affect the education of our children. So, but again, many of the things that were said by Councilman Van Putten, Council Lady Spanner, Councilman Smith, and Council Lady Spanner, those are things that I have heard and that I have, that are troubling. I heard Councilman Van Putten referred to transparency in hiring practices and teachers not being given, even Council Lady Spanner, teachers not being sent away without due process. And those are things that should not happen in any employment relationship. And it was even mentioned about how the board members are being chosen. I think in the environment that we live now, there's a corporate code of understanding that should apply, specifically when we are looking at members being brought into the fold, brought into the board. And as Commissioner of Education, I have not seen that process being followed, in the sense that if members are needed on the board, it should be, the possibility should be granted to everybody on station to apply. There should be like a open solicitation, open solicitation process where it put in the newspaper that people can react to that. That is the process that we have recognized on station as being transparent. But when we take in acquaintances or people that we know to the board, that's a process that we don't recognize that as being transparent on station. The report from Inspectorate also refers to the financial accountability and the quality of education. I didn't hear much people went into the financial part of it, but that has also been mentioned inside of the report of the Inspectorate, that there are things that are challenges. There are challenges in understanding that also, how it's being dealt with. Because technically, the financial report should be open bar, and that is not the case. That's one of the recommendations from the Inspectorate, that it should be made open bar. We know that the GVP school has not been meeting the basic qualification of education for some time. And that is the only school on station that is not meeting that qualification at this time. There was a question about the stipend. The board members do receive a stipend, and there was also queries about the teaching climate at the school. And based on what we have ascertained, the teaching climate is not up to par, where teachers feel welcome and all of that. That's not the case at this time, but I must report that a lot of the teachers still are putting in the effort with the students. There was a question relating to an educational office or educational office. That is something that, as Commissioner of Education, is on the front burner. We have had discussions with OCV pertaining to that, and about because there's an education office in Sabre, in Bonaire, and we have been lobbying for the past year to get our own office here because of we see the benefit of it in terms of being able to give the commissioner support, advice, when there's any documentation or whatever comes in, when there's issues in education specifically. One of the things why we feel we need an educational office on station is because at this time there's a lot of our students going to the US and they don't have any support to guide them to get to the US, because it's quite a challenging process. If you want to get to the US, you must have the information as to the schools that are available that you can go to, and you have to apply. And we are also now in the process of trying to get various MOUs with schools where we can send our students to those schools, and they would be able to acquire a discount of up to 50%. We are in discussion with a gentleman from St. Martin at this time who has done that for St. Martin for years. We are now in very far discussions with him to assist us. He has been here already, and he also brought somebody from the U.S. that is affiliated with schools in the U.S. that makes these type of arrangement with schools. So with the educational office that was referred to, we find it has a value, and we are duly working on getting that here as quickly as possible. It would fall under the social domain. So it's something that we are working on. Referring to the tardiness in exam results, that is a discussion that have been had with the CXC, and this is something that happens all over the Caribbean, that the results come in late. We know as in the past system of the Dutch, we would have our results pretty much by June. Within a month you would have results, so that when you want to continue your studies, you would be able to use that information to flow into whatever further education you want to go into. And we have experienced that some of our children that have moved on to higher educational institutions, when they get the results, they have to take a step back, and come back, or go to a lower level because they weren't able to produce the final certificate that they passed that level. That's a challenge that is ongoing, and it is something that along with OCV, we have been having discussions with that, where you now have a cafe where the Caribbean Academic Foundational Year, where there would be like a bridge for those children that haven't gotten the results, that they would be able to take college classes locally, that they would be able to take with them when they go to the school, wherever they're going, whether it's in the Netherlands and the US. They will be able to go to these college classes for a period of 9 months, on the island that they are residing on. So that's a process that now I would like to make that known now, that if your child is doing CXC and he finishes, he can go to this cafe and get credit that he can take when he moves to the college or the Netherlands, whatever school in the Netherlands he moves to attend. Yes, also the coach for teachers. Well, I heard about that too, and when I heard that it was going to be arbitrarily appointed by the school board, I questioned that, because if it's somebody that is for the teachers, that he's going to be their confidant, their advisor, then it should be a person that they are comfortable with, not a person that the school board is comfortable with. That didn't seem as a very as a right process to follow in appointing a person like that. Pertaining to teachers leaving, I've also heard of teachers, what was sketched, where teachers are leaving even though the benefits are good. Actually, when I was, I think in December, when I was going to the US, I was on a flight and I was going on Smartney Airport, and I was introduced to one of the teachers that left, a Jamaican teacher that was leaving. And she said, she told me, I'm leaving, I can't deal with this no more. So I asked her, well, what are you going to do? She said, I'm going home. I know what I'm going to do yet, but I can't deal with this. And that was kind of surprising to me, that somebody is just leaving like that and without anything really. And that's a step that persons that have chosen to become teachers, you don't make those steps lightly. As I already touched about the safety of the students, because I mean, I worked in that situation, and I know the gentlemen, the male teachers that have left, and the one that is leaving, they were always individuals. When there's a situation at a school, for example, a fight or whatever, those people would always jump in part and get involved. And I've heard that at the school now, that is something that some of the teachers are saying, listen, and we feel that we are not, our back is not being supported. So when they have fights and stuff like that, especially on the ground, in the playground, the teachers them just kind of take a standoff approach. And that's something that I have some difficulty with, because those two gentlemen that I know that worked at the school, during the break, you would always see them on the grounds, observing, making sure that the things are going right, and if they see something developing, they would always intervene, because they had a respect of the children. Pertaining to the language of instruction, I'm a supporter of that. I studied in the Dutch language at the time when that was compulsory at the level that we have now on Statia. But I support the language of instruction changed at the time. And if we look at what has been happening, it's not something only to Statia. It's also part of the fact that part of the whole build-up, you have it in Curacao, you have it in Aruba, Borneo, that when the children go to the Netherlands, a lot of them, a great percentage of them fall through the cracks. And what we are noticing as in education from the part of the public entities, that when our students go to the US, they come back with something. They come back with a degree and they come back with good results. And that is something that we are trying to promote along the same lines with the gentleman from St. Martin, with getting MOUs with colleges in the States. Also pertaining to various members leaving the board. And when I heard and I saw those members leaving the board, it was something that I found very intriguing. And when I queried it and the reasons that were given for that, I said, okay, I understand. And I think we are seeing some of the results of that now, because the persons that left the board, they were capable people, persons that had a lot of experience in education, and it was not in the best interest of our students at that time also. And I must say that their foresight is now coming to bear by leaving the board. If you have a board or a management that is working in tandem with the staff, then the results of the students and also the general environment of the school is going to be a lot more positive. Because I know that at this time there's the communication between the staff and the management is not what it's supposed to be, or what it needs to be to provide quality education at the school. And that's one of the points that the inspection report is also alluding to. Whether you have a child in the school is not a requisite to be serving on the board. Good education is something that is important to the whole of Statia, because it was mentioned by various speakers that the children are the future. And at this time, I think everybody wants what is best for the students. And therefore, I think decisions have to be made that would also foster that climate. I think when we look at the labor practices that are prevalent in the world nowadays, it's not anymore that that the employer is dictating. That's not anymore accepted. It's more a working relationship between staff and management and the board to reach their goals. And the goal in this situation should always be that whatever services is provided to the students is the best possible. The deliverables should be 100% up to par. And I think all stakeholders on Statia have a role to play. I am not singling out any stakeholder. We as Executive Council have our role to play. The parents have their role to play. The union have their role to play. And once the role of the union is not accepted, we're going to have we will have an issue. It was referred, Council Lady Lopes indicated that she has the position that she wants to get her children as quickly as possible out of GIPP. That's not something that is the position of Council Lady Lopes alone. I have persons that have come to me and say, listen, from the time the GEP state school come to Statia, our children went to the dogs. I don't necessarily agree with that, but they are saying that our children are being, have it too easy, you know, when it comes to education. I don't necessarily agree with that, but because they said, look at when we went to school, we had it difficult, and a lot of us came back successful. But I think also a lot of the children that are being guided properly in the GVP school also come back successful. You know, so it's the environment that is important in this phase. And what is distressing to me is that in the inspection report, it refers to the fact that the children are not being able to be nurtured. They are not being able to develop in a manner that is coherent with existing educational practices. That is something that is troubling. I think I've touched on most of the issues that were brought forward. Pertaining to a relationship with OCV, we have made our position very clear relating to OCV that we feel that looking at the situation in Statia, we are open to helping with whatever to alleviate and to solve the situation that is present at this time as Executive Council. And with that, I think I want to leave it here for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner of Education, Ruben Merkman. We go now to the possibility for the members of the Island Council to continue in a round 2 of deliberations. For this round 2, there are 10 minutes allocated. Councilman Clyde Van Putten, you may speak in the second round.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I listened with much interest to the nuances and general statements that was made by the Commissioner. A number of the questions that...
Councilman Van Putten, I've gotten a signal that you are not that clear, so if you can put your mouth a little closer to the mic, that may help.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to say that I listened generally to the nuances and comments that was made by the Commissioner. A number of specific questions that I posed was that answer. I heard statements the government was attacked. I listened to all that was said by every member in here. And yes, I was critical as to the role up until now by government. But it was not about attacking the government. And maybe it's good that I called this meeting. Because I remember on several occasions asking questions pertaining to things that was taking place in education at Gwendolyn Van Putten School. And the response was always that the government is not involved. I remember you, Madam Speaker, at one point confirming that it is basically OCNB, and based on the setup that the government didn't have any involvement, and I mentioned there and then that I disagree, because the Dutch government is actually acting on behalf. I asked a specific question as to the plans of the government, you know, to take back these responsibilities, especially in areas of education, health, social affairs, and more. And I didn't get any answer, but I didn't come here to attack anybody. But I don't think that based on my age that I am getting senile, because earlier this morning, before the meeting started, somebody made a statement and the commissioner emphatically stated that he was not involved. And I am shocked because in party caucus, faction caucus, things in the area of education came up and we got the same answer. And so I am shocked to hear today that there were meetings with the school board and the government. I'm shocked to hear today that there are educational platforms that is meeting on a regular basis. Again, a commissioner was removed not so long ago based on the fact that information was not given to the Island Council and even to her party caucus. And I thought that that was something of the past. But again, Madam Speaker, I am shocked to hear at this point, when we may be trying to pander to certain individuals, that this is happening and that is happening. I focus my presentation, Madam Speaker, on research that I did. I worked together with the Office of the Griffier. She was very gracious together with her staff in making a lot of the information that I requested available. And like I said, I huddled with people with a legal background, people involved in education in general, and even individuals who at one point in time, Madam Speaker, was involved with the situation at Gwendolyn Van Putten School. I asked, why now? Because the inspectorate was here. I'm here. I spoke about the inspectorate concern, not just about the quality of education, but also the financial management of the school. I indicated that based on the law, that the school board have a responsibility. And I'm going to ask my assistant to send me back, our assistant rather from the faction, to send me back that clip where when the responsibility is not being carried out, what needs to be done. And if you could just resend it to me so that I could get your app. I am going along because, like I said, in this business, it's a give and take. And so I would support a motion that came forward. But Madam Speaker, what I realize in this country, we are not proactive enough. We are too reactive. You indicated, Madam Speaker, that we must walk behind the law. I think Stasia have been walking too much behind the law. And that has been to our detriment. We're walking behind the law where healthcare is concerned. And every day our people are dying because of the lack of proper healthcare. We are told now we must walk behind the law and don't do certain things while the law states clearly what is the role of the Island Council. I don't need no additional law to tell me that if the school board and the management of the school is not doing what it's supposed to do, what needs to be done, because we quote in laws from the same VVO in Article 3.2.1, neglect of duties foundation for public and special education. It is stated here in the very same laws, in the event of serious neglect of duties by the management board of functioning contrary to the law as far as public education is concerned, the municipal council, in this case the Island Council, takes measures which it considers necessary to ensure the continuity of education insofar as it pertains to public education. So again, I'm saying I went along, and I'm still going along, with advice given by our able General Secretary for the field. But the very same law, what you finished told me earlier that we should walk behind, is telling me here that the Island Council, whose competence it is to appoint and discharge, if they perceive that the situation is as such, that we cannot guarantee quality education, what the Island Council can do. It's here in the law. I didn't write it. It's in the law. So I don't need necessarily to wait on OCB because OCB is here all the time. I also heard the commissioner give a rundown. I asked about the setting up of a Department of Education. I'm hearing about the education office, whatever it is. But I don't need to wait for OCB to give me the green light to set up a Department of Education. That is the authority of the Island Council / the local government. So why we continue, Madam Speaker, to be reactive and not proactive? Because OCB and the Dutch, they hear all the time. We have officials of OCB who is living on station. And they move around. They know what is taking place. They hear what is taking place. I heard the commissioner alluded to the fact that he met a teacher from Jamaica who was leaving. There have been good teachers, indeed, would have left. There have been board members would have left for one or more reason. I heard earlier that parents, and indeed it was mentioned that parents, at least 13 parents, give their input, which is a drop in the ember, as a Dutch person would say. But at least 13 of them did. But it isn't changing. It isn't now. It isn't yesterday. It isn't the day before. It's years since the so-called OCB is responsible for education. And this government and this Commission of Education, I'm sure, is not the only people that have been complaining with the untenable situation of education in station in general. But yet we're waiting on OCB to set up a Department of Education for us. We're waiting on OCB to tell us what step we need to take. And I'm not going to vote against the motion because I agreed already that we will follow this line. But 3.2.1 states that if the council, the Gemeenteraad, because that's who we are, if the Island Council, Madam Speaker, whose authority it is to guarantee quality education in the country, perceive that it's not going well, we could take whatever decision that we deem necessary in order to improve the situation. The situation, as was said by my person and others, it broke down. The labor mediator walked away, a very respectable, a former minister, member of parliament in his country, very qualified individual, and his integrity, his neutrality, Madam Speaker, was questioned by the board. I'm hearing how strong the union is. But we know the union is strong because the individuals, the face of the union is strong. And we criticized that individual in the past. But today, Madam Speaker, we are pandering in this council because we are hiding behind somebody. And I might be seen like the black sheep or the bull in hair because I don't stand up. I don't care who's here, who is sitting there. Like I said, I didn't come looking to score political punches. I came here, Madam Speaker, because I perceive that something is wrong. What is taking place in education, it has now escalated. It has reached to a proportion where it is a crisis of confidence between the players involved. And I will go along with 10 days. But I don't need OCB or a minister in Holland who really don't care what is taking place in this country. But we continue the cycle. The cycle, Madam Speaker, where we are reactive instead of proactive, where we wait on others, Madam Speaker, to tell us whether we should set up a Department of Education, whether we should send home a school board that actually is in place in conflict with the law because they are there and they were not put there based on what the law states. A school management, Mr. Speaker, that was said by different members based on the information and reports that we read, based on letters from the union, are bullying their workers. Workers, some strong enough to resist it with the consequence that later they are thrown out, because if proper evaluation is done, they are not informed why it was done. I asked earlier, who does the evaluation? Because everybody should be evaluated, because everything what the Dutch do, we does. And the Dutch talks about evaluation. I think maybe even the kingdom would want to evaluate if you give them a chance. And he's the head of state, the head of government, the head of the kingdom. But I didn't get no answers on those, but then it was said that somebody attacked the government, and I feel I am the person that was spoken to. And if I have to attack government, I will attack the government, because I support the government too. I ran an election too. I was elected too to this Island Council. I voted to put the commissioners in office. And Madam Speaker, if the general interests of the people is not being taken care of, and in this situation where the children of this country, Madam Speaker, is being jeopardized towards good education, it must be a matter of concern. And again, I'm saying I will give the government the benefit of the doubt. I will cooperate with the 10 days free that we asked for. But Madam Speaker, I reserve the right to use 3.2.1, which is in the very same law that most, if not all of us refer to here. Because again, I'm saying I am not blaming a commissioner. I am not blaming an executive council. I say all of us, including me, would have failed our children, because this problem would have gone on too long. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you
very much.
Councilman Clyde Van Putten. That concludes your second round. We will now give the floor to Council Lady Raquel Spanner-Carty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to ask the Commissioner, since we are speaking on evaluations, etc., there was one question I missed in my first round, which I alluded to, in the sense of there was research done when the language of instruction was changed. And what I'm missing is that since the instruction has been changed, what came out of it? Are our children's results any better? Has education improved? And I feel that this is very vital, because it remains a topic of discussion. People remain skeptical whether the choice was the right one. And I feel only a thorough research with data will convince many of us to stay on the chosen path, or to consider going back to what we had. So I look forward to your information on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady Raquel Spanner-Carty. Councilman Glenville Schmidt, I give you the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councilman Glenville Schmidt. Council Lady Mercedes Lopes Spanner.
Yield my time.
Thank you, Council Lady Spanner Lopes. Commissioner Mergman, second round. I think there were a few questions asked.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I said that we are waiting on OCV to set up the educational department, then that's not the case. They told us already, Lily said, we don't have a problem with you putting the educational department in place. But again, we requested for funding. That was the query. And Councilman Van Putten, I will take your reaction as the okay to come with a proposal with now that we are making the budget to finance a department, because that is actually the crux of the problem. That is actually the crux of the problem relating to the educational department. The education department will not be set up by OCV. Any setting up that will be done will be set up by us.
Floor. I now give you the floor. Point of clarification is your request.
Speaker, is the commissioner saying, because is the commissioner saying that the lack of money, that there's not money in the budget to set up the department? Just to clarify.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councilman Van Putten, for that question. Because technically what was discussed is that it's not going to be, if we want to do something good, we must have some, we are looking at least 2 people to work within the department, which is going to run us with a budget amendment. We'll have to hire those people. And it's going to cost us at least, I would say, close to about $160,000 on the budget. So, yeah. So, but it is something that we have been discussing. It has like at least a year that we have been discussing how to tackle this. Yeah.
Councilman Van Putten.
Madam Speaker, and I'm not going to say anything after this on this. We find money to do a lot of things, in my opinion, that is less relevant and less important. I think education is extraordinarily important. And there was just a budget amendment the other day. So if government needs to come with a budget amendment down the road to do it, we need to put a good Department of Education in place, not just to place students at America, or wherever they're going, but to coordinate, to come with new innovation, new ideas, and to advise government on education in general. That is the department that was put in place in 1999, and that is what we need moving forward.
Thank you, Councilman Van Putten. You may continue, Commissioner Merkman.
No, I thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the councilman that, and that's what we are looking at too. If we do come with that, that's what we're looking at. I think there was already some research done on it, how it should be put in place. But actually, your position is a good position to hear, Councilman Van Putten, because then I hope there are other council members. I know they also find education important, so that's something that we will now kind of like speed track. Pertaining to the language of instruction, as I indicated in my presentation, that I still support that, and I think it was Councilman Smith already has been asking when we gonna have an evaluation of the system, that of the language of instruction now that it is in place. We haven't really had that in-depth evaluation as yet. It hasn't been done as yet. I haven't gotten the results that evaluation has taken place. I haven't gotten that evaluation as yet. But from information within dealing with the educators, it's been indicated that our students are able to defend themselves better, give a better presentation of themselves now that the language is English. And we see that a lot more of them are really passing. We don't really have maybe, and that's a kind of a loaded statement because there's different levels. Our student could be passing, but are they really given being able to function at the level that is supposed to be functioning? So all of those things need to be evaluated in the data that would be coming to us.
Point of clarification.
See that Council Lady Spanacarty has requested a point of clarification. You may address the floor.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Commissioner if no data is available, or could I then ask is there anything to to support the statement that was just made that our children are passing better. Sorry to say, my son boycotted his own graduation because he refused to go and he wasn't getting anything. He said, it's not a graduation if you're not going to give me my degree. And he made sense because I got it last week. And he has nearly a year in Holland. My point is, many others chose to go only to hear after that they didn't pass. So they graduated, had a ceremony, but didn't pass. So I want to know, when are we establishing that our children are passing better?
Pertaining to that question, as was indicated before, that's the English system that they have, that we took on, the results come late. That's a fact. It come late. And and I think the position that your son took is an honorable one, because it has happened in the past that children that went up were said that, yeah, you get your diploma, you pass, turn out later that was not the case, you know. And some of them were even in the Netherlands already, you know, and then it turned out that they didn't make the grade, you know, and it has an impact on their continuing with the education, the educational career, because some of those children came back to Stasia. So it is an issue, and as I just said, that in-depth study as to an evaluation of the English system, if you're comparing it with the Dutch, I haven't gotten the results of such a study as yet. But there are challenges. I'm not going to say there are no challenges. But based on the fact of an educator, that our children are able to read and understand what they are reading, because in the past, it used to be that our teachers, our students would be reading the Dutch and they wouldn't know what they're reading, you know. So from that angle, I made a statement, not based on whether they graduating, yes or not. I hope I was able to make it a little clearer. And pertaining to the motion, I think the motion is something that is in its place, because there are issues, and we are here, and the Island Council has been elected by the people to deal with issues that affect them. So whatever the Island Council decides, we from the part of the Executive Council will do our best in carrying out whatever is put before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Merkman. This concludes round 2 on this all-important topic regarding escalating situation at the Gwendolyn Van Putten. I believe we can all conclude that the topic covered here today in the deliberations were even a little more extensive, as they covered many aspects of concern regarding education, secondary education on St. Eustatius. So I will prepare to take us over to voting on the motion that was read by Councilman Van Putten. Just as a matter of clarification, the suggestion of walking behind the law was not in any way intended at anyone. It just clearly outlines the law that governs secondary education, gave very detailed steps and the roles of everyone in the play, in the salmon spell. And that's why I suggested the motion is a very well prepared motion, taking into account the different roles of the different players. And to you, Councilman Van Putten, I clearly understand the urgency of the matter, because it is an urgent one. And the motion, as you go forward to vote on it, the 10 days allotted to the Executive Council to make the necessary steps. And I believe one of the critical points in that motion regards the role of the minister on how to move forward with urgency, as correctly stated in the motion. So, Councilman Van Putten, you may now exercise your right to give your vote on the motion before the council.
not going in a back and forth. I respect the laws that we have. I respect the role of the minister, but I respect my role even more. You spoke about the different procedures. I acknowledge him, but 3.2.1 also is a part of the very laws that you refer to. Again, I'm saying I can't sit and wait on a minister. I am not reactive. I am proactive, and that is why I take certain stand. Maybe a lot of people don't like it, but that's who I am, and that's why I'm going to continue to do. 10 days, I assume it 10 working days. I will keep on the heels of your government via the field, and after 10 days, if there's no clear direction, I will call a new meeting, I will come with a motion again, and proposing to government and to the Island Council to act based on the 3.2.1. With that, I vote for the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Van Putten. Council Lady Spanner Carty.
For, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council Lady Spanner Carty. Councilman Glenville Schmidt.
Madam Chair, I vote for.
Council Lady Mercedes Lopes Spanner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I vote for.
The mic doesn't want to cooperate today. Can you hear me now? The motion regarding escalating situation at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School is herewith unanimously carried by the Island Council of St. Eustatius on this 19th day of May 2025. I will go right away into agenda point 5. The motion is being, let me allow the members of the Island Council to sign off on the motion. The votes have been cast for. The motion has been signed and is herewith unanimously carried. Agenda point 5 regards announcements from the Executive Council and Island Governor. I give the word to you, Commissioner Merkman, if there are any announcements on your part.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to take this opportunity to announce two things. To the Honorable Island Council and to the people of Statia, I would like to take this moment to extend heartfelt congratulations. It's in the same vein of education, to all the recent graduates of the spring 2025 semester. Among those completing these important milestones are from Statia, people that every one of us know: Natashanka Mitchell, Marshall Herman, Janelli Grunhardt, Deshandre Turner, Earl Merkman, and Ayana David. They have completed, they have actually graduated in the U.S. from schools in the U.S. So this is also a testament. Well, don't let me go in that direction, because most of the time when our students go to the Netherlands, I cannot ever recall that we had like graduation where we would have 4 or 5 of them in 1 year completing a certain facet. and this is something that's taking place in the U.S. at this time. Education is truly the gateway to enriching our greatest resource, our people, our children, as was indicated by all the speakers, and Councilman Van Putten was very eloquent in expressing that. I'm not as eloquent as he is. Also, there's another opportunity for children that have an interest in doing construction work, because we have some children in Curacao now that is taking part in a skill course. The opportunity is now open to children that want to do that. They can apply by the Labor Department for this initiative, and the more people apply, the more options we would be able to provide or look at. So I'm encouraging people these young people to participate in this. It's a 6 months vocational education. At this time, to provide some information, a good question. Age limit, we do have people up to like the age of 30 taking part in this course. So it's I would say, if you're at the end of your school, or you're not going to school, or you're going to, in that area, that age group up to 30, you can take part. You are open or invited to take part in this. The application process will close on May 30th. So it's kind of important, because from what I've seen, I recently visited the young men that are on Curacao in these programs, and I specifically visited the guys that were doing plumbing. And I saw these guys working with copper, copper pipes. That's something that we don't use on station. Those guys was hooking that up to face basin and all of that in a big hotel project of like, the building was like six levels high, 6 floors, and there were 9 of them. And these guys were hooking up toilet, showers, and all of those. I was impressed. So let's hope that more people more of our young people will use this opportunity to prepare themselves for life moving forward. It's a good opportunity. And I also saw some of the guys that are doing electrical and tiling. So those were my announcements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Merkman. I have been signaled that there are no announcements on the part of Commissioner Resheline Ledam, who is online. I have a show of hand from Councilman Van Putten. I will allow it this time per the regulation of order. The announcement of the Island Council is actually in point 2, but for this time I will allow it, sir. I give you the floor.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for your cooperation with this with me. I understand in expressing words of condolences to Mr. Freiling's family. He was a very prominent teacher here in the community. For a number of years, he definitely made an indelible mark on the station community and those students who passed through his hand. I think his love and admiration for this country has been so profound that after living in Holland so many years, that he reached retirement age and he and his wife decided to return what they describe as their home and make their contribution. It was a shock to me when I got a call of his passing, and so I wanted to express words of sympathies to his wife, his daughter, and that extended family, and the many friends that he have here on station and in the Netherlands and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilman Van Putten. I too would like to join in expressing heartfelt sympathy for the loss of a former educator on our island who has also returned. Next month would have been exactly 5 months as the gentleman in question returned at the start of the pandemic, where he was placed in quarantine along with his wife. And I recall very well when they returned, because he always said he will return to take care of his station mother. Everyone knows who his station mother is. and it would have been 5 months, 5 years. May coming would have been 5 months, and 5 years coming. So a big loss for the community of Statia, and especially with that ambitious project that he introduced to our island at the Lynch Plantation, the Dome. It is my hope that that continues as it provides great opportunities in education and science on our beloved St. Eustatius. Heartfelt sympathy on behalf of the Executive Council to his wife, daughter, and the Bennett family here on St. Eustatius, whom he has adopted and who has adopted him as their own. I move now into agenda point 6, which is the closing of our meeting. We have come to the end of this meeting, and I want to thank the members of the Island Council for a very good, robust discussion, expressing their concern at a high level regarding education on St. Eustatius. Please let us all stand in respect of the Golden Rock song. The meeting is herewith officially closed.